friends. It is Tuesday night sprints. Right now we have a Margaret with us, which I'm very excited.
Yes.
And we will have even more friends coming and going as the night goes on. So that'll be really fun. But I can see that the teleportation worked because of this comment. This makes me tell me that worked. So welcome from Leandra's channel. For those who are doing Tuesday teleportation train, you are here for stop 3. And at the end of 5 hours, I will send you off to stop 4 in the exact way. In the exact same way you got here. You just sit there and go for a ride. It's real fun. But tonight we are here. We're going to get some reading and productivity done. We're going to do 3 1 hour and 5 minute sprints, basically, unless we chat less, and then we'll get a 4th sprint in, but we'll see how it goes. I doubt it. But we'll be here for 5 hours. So whatever that works out to be. Margaret, what are you up to?
I am currently up to, so I'm doing a try a chapter vlog for all, or a try a chapter vlog, a try a chapter video for all of the contemporary romance on my shelves. So I need to read those 3 books. I will not tell you which books they are, but I need to read the first chapter of those 3 books. And then once that's done, I have to read 100 pages of this.
Fun.
To stay on track with where I'm supposed to stay in my schedule, because there are 2 more books I have to read for this before May 16th.
Nice. Well, we'll help you get through that tonight for sure. I have to finish a chapter in Where Sleeping Girls Lie because I'm in the middle of it. And then I'm going to be switching to the Atlas Complex for, I don't know, probably not the rest of the night. After this, we'll decide because I only have to read part 2, and I don't think part 2 is very big.
Yeah.
Because I'm doing a buddy read. So after that, we'll see where we go. Because maybe Bloodmarked, because I've been reading Bloodmarked for ages, and not because Bloodmarked is not good, because Bloodmarked is fabulous, but because it's not for a video and it's not for a buddy read, so it just keeps getting like pushed off.
Bloodmarked, as in the sequel to Legendborn, correct?
Yeah.
It does get a bit laggy in the middle. There are a few places where I'm like, we're having the same conversation over and over again, but that ending.
Oh, I'm so
excited. Brace yourself to be just angry that the next book is not out yet.
Oh, dear. Because I already like it more than Legendborn. I liked Legendborn, but I'm already liking Bloodmarked more than Legendborn. Yeah. And I'm about half. I think I'm at I just finished part 2. So the next thing I'll be doing is part 3 when I open it up again. So it depends on how long the Atlas Complex takes tonight.
We'll see. When you are finished with it, let me know, and I will tell you who I think that book was written for when it comes to like the specific Arthurian references she's doing.
Sounds good. I will message you as soon as I'm done. It may be 2 weeks from now. Because it's just one of those books that it's not for anything specific. So it just keeps like being tagged on to the end of the day as I have time, which is unfortunate. But
it's very good. However, the longer it takes you to read, the less time you have, or less time you have to wait for the next book.
Exactly. It'll all work out.
I'm going to have to reread both of them before the new one comes out.
Yeah. Luckily, I just read the first one in November, so it was still really fresh going into Bloodmarked. But I'll have quite a wait between. Well, I guess it depends on how long it takes me to finish it. But in theory, I'll have quite a wait. Hello, Vanessa. Requested Where Sleeping Girls Lie from my library, but it still says it's in transit coming from another library. I hope you enjoy this. The book club is very much enjoying this. This is probably our most successful book club read of the year.
Nice.
This is, for anyone who doesn't know, is by the same author who wrote Ace of Spades. And I'm really enjoying it. It's dark academia. As you can tell by my stack, I've really gone dark academia heavy this week. Hence the background of these sprints. Hello. Choo-choo. Hello, Glenda. Reading Landmarks by Marianne Lissert. It is a climate fiction. Nice. Oh, I'm so glad you let me know that you finished this because I know I was interested in this. And it feels like an episodic TV show until the last 30%, where it all pulls together. Really liked it. 4.25 stars. Okay, very good. I'm definitely going to check this out because I knew I was kind of like watching you read this over the weekend. So now I know. Hello, Morgan. Gonna drop in and say hi for me and mom. We're both exhausted and are gonna take a night to decompress and self-care. We love this. Have a good night of self-care. Hello, Michaela. Finishing up dinner. Very excited to sit down and read tonight. It's been a crazy day. Planning to start How to Solve Your Own Murder. Nice.
Ooh.
Hello to Neil and Stacy, and Bree is here. Everyone in my family has killed someone. I really want to read this. So how are you enjoying it?
That title is always funny to read because you're like everyone. Oh, right. This is a book.
This is a book. 31% in. This is on my 24 and 24. So you're going to have to also let me know how this goes. 80 pages left in Illuminations by T. King Fisher. Hoping to finish it in the first 2 sprints. As if by magic, going to sleep, but wanted to say hi. Hi, Laura. Thank you so much for popping in. I know it's late in the UK. And Julie is here. Hello, Julie. What are you working on tonight? Just finished. Nice title. I love this. It's a good one. Great book about the feminine language. Nice. Walking the pepperoni during the first sprint. Love it. Hello, Jamie. Read a little bit of Life Before Man by Margaret Atwood during the last sprint at Leandra's and submitted all my books for Aurelium. Oh, this is a good reminder for those doing the Aurelium readathon that you got to get your books submitted. Turns out I finished all the prompts for my calling after all. Nice. Isn't that nice when it accidentally happens? Margaret is feeling shamed by your comment, I can tell.
Margaret is feeling like I haven't looked at the books that I've read, but I did not read a single one of the books that I was supposed to read. So I have no idea how I did.
Hello, Lexi. Ooh, Lexi's reading Fourth Wing and The X-Files. Really glad I have some cleaning to do so I can keep listening to The X-Files. Hello, Jen. Just got home and ate dinner, finishing up Hidden Pictures this evening. Here to kick off work, a dinner sprint, and then it's back to tie up the last bit of the April TBR loose ends with Bone Shard War. Nice. Yes, I'm lucky that I'm done. Like my April's done. I'm not planning to finish any books tonight. I'm finished in April, but my TBR isn't finished. But like I've given up, basically. I've surrendered.
I kept meaning to get to some of these books. I'm like, I'll get to them eventually. I'll get as soon as 30 and 30 is over. I'll read some of those books. I'll still have 15 days. We'll get some of it done. And then it was the 20th, and then it was the 25th.
Yep. And now it's the 30th, and it's like, oh, I didn't do that. You know, it's fine.
Oh yeah, I gave up like 3 days ago.
Me too. I was like, I finished Flawless, and even in my vlog, I was like, I think this is my last video. Or my last book for the month. Like, I can't foresee anything else happening. Little over an hour left in Daughter of Smoke and Bone. Thinking I will be going to bed soon. It's morning here, but staying for the chatty bit. Thank you so much for popping in. And Claire's also going to bed, but popping in and saying hello. I know it is getting late for some of you, and I do appreciate you even popping in. Try a chapter, a fun vlog idea. I do love a try a chapter. Like, they're so fun.
Yeah. I thought about doing it for every single book on my shelf, but I felt that it would be wiser to separate it by genre.
I agree. Just for ease of editing, too.
Ease of editing, less for me to deal with. Yeah.
Also easier to compare within genre.
Yep. And easier for people to find, like if people are looking for romance titles.
Absolutely.
You know.
100%. So. Hello, Rye. How are you?
Hi.
Don't think I can finish it, but would like to get close. That's fair. Trying to finish Dragon Fruit tonight while keeping my productivity going.
Nice.
Need to refilm that 2-hour wrap up. I'm so sorry, Jess.
Oh, that's right. You said that like we're talking about us. I'm so sorry.
Jess's mic didn't work.
That's
very upsetting. Yay!
Perfect timing.
You can see the process of it through the day from Vanessa's comments. Having a chill evening, making pasta for dinner, and then I will be reading Vows in Ruin. Speaking of our other host, we have Leandra here. Hello, Leandra. How were sprints? I missed the last 2 hours because I got a headache and then I laid down. Reading the Wickwire Watch. Tomorrow is the return to office for my company. So I went in today for the first time in 8 years. How did it go, Bethany? I know this happened this morning because we were chatting about it, but how was it? Alicia is also reading the Atlas Complex because this is my buddy readers. Hello, Christina. Hello, Flora. I think we're doing good. I'm a bit tired, but you know what? We're gonna get the energy going with the sprints, and it'll be fine.
Yep. We're doing it.
Yeah, we're getting it done. I also got a very large coffee before we started, so that will also help. Reading an Agatha Christie book tonight. The problem with Bloodmarked is the same as the problem with Sunbringer. The first book makes you love the interaction between specific characters, and then they don't see each other at all in book 2. So being 50% through, I know exactly which characters you're talking about.
There is a scene in Legendborn that happens and had me entirely flip who I ship. Although I do believe that this is going to end up in a polycule. I think it's going to end up in a triad, but that's just my. But I am living for the interactions, or I lived for the interactions that we got in Bloodmarked because I would just like give me more of them. Give me more.
That's fair.
So,
I hope
it worked real well for me.
I hope it goes poly. That's what I'm hoping for.
That's my guess. For reasons, but I don't want to spoil it for anyone because like that second ship option is kind of a surprise moment there.
I don't know. I feel like you can see it in the first book.
I mean, you can see it in the first book, but it you know how like you'll be like, oh well, like sometimes you think there's just a second guy there to kind of add some tension,
right?
This was like there was a moment I was like, oh, they've actually connected because there wasn't any real. There was tension, but there wasn't any real connection until that moment in the office.
Yeah.
So
this is true.
Anyways,
juggling.
And now I'm pissed.
I'm scared for the ending, y'all.
However scared you are, be more scared.
Oh no,
it's going to hurt.
Oh no. Oh no. Oh dear. Juggling listening to an audiobook of book 2 in the Galactic Kings series by Anna Hackett. Basically an alien shifter romance, finishing a couple books before April ends, and organizing my Kindle books. I was like, there's a second. I'm like, I need to hold on. Organizing my Kindle books on my iPad with my new purple iPad pen. This was me running out of YouTube characters. No worries. Dramatic pause.
We got it. We
love it. I figured, I was like, I feel like we just have a second comment. I need to just locate it. Before we continue with the comments, though, and I'm going to star it before I lose where I am in the comments, we have another friend. So, Neva's here.
Hi. Neva is looking rough. Wow. Okay. Sorry. Okay.
How are you doing?
Hey. I'm great. Sweetie. I'm live, bro. Sit down. Sure, you can say hi.
Hi, Ari. How are you, sweetie? Good. Awesome.
All right, go eat your food. Hello.
Hello.
I thought this started in an hour because I don't know time.
Well, you're in a new time zone too, so that's probably why.
I was like, oh, this starts at 6 for me. No, it doesn't.
No, not anymore. Not now that you moved. That's okay. It's totally fine. You're here now. What are you up to?
Well, we have pizza for dinner because could I be bothered to cook? Absolutely not.
Tuesday night pizza night. It's fine.
And I am reading Funny Story by Emily Henry.
Ooh.
This might be my favorite Emily Henry book ever.
Yeah.
Nice.
It's like if it continues, I expect there to be some kind of like it's like fake dating, but like I expect there to be, fake dating always leads to actual dating. So I expect there to be some kind of like third act breakup, whatever. So I'm not going to dock it points for that. But if it continues to go the way it's going, it's gonna be a 6-star book. 'Cause, like,
Wow.
this book is like so good.
Mhm.
That's
It's-
exciting.
And especially after what we got with Happy Place,
Yep.
which some people really love that book. I loved it for 75%, and then the ending was terrible,
Mhm.
in my opinion. I'm sorry. I gave it 3 stars.
Saturday.
Like, I gave it 3 stars, which is better. I mean, Leander gave it 1.
Leander did give it 1. This is true.
But this, like, the banter is like top notch. The concept of it is something like I've never experienced before in a book,
Mhm.
because it's like ex fiance's new fiance's ex-boyfriend.
Ooh,
Yeah.
that's fun.
So I was like, well, this is interesting. Like, I text Katie, I messaged Katie, and I was like, is this what I think it is, bro? Because I'm here for it, honestly.
Katie's the reason I'm going to try this book, because we all know I'd given up on Emily Henry. But
This is
Katie
so
has
good.
convinced me to try this, and now you are saying all the
Please,
lovely things.
if you hate it, it's fine, but like, please try it. Like, if
I
you
am gonna
hate
try it.
if you hate this book, then Emily Henry is not for you. That's how I feel.
Well, I already thought that. So like if I
Like,
don't just
this book, I don't know what she's put in it, you know what I mean? But I'm like giggling, kicking my feet. Like, I can't read this when I get home from work because Ari's trying to sleep,
she'll wake her up.
and I will just laugh the whole time. Like, I would just
I
like
love
laugh and
that.
giggle. Aoife, like, I was messaging Aoife this morning.
Has Aoife read it?
She's reading it right now. She's a
Oh,
little
okay.
she's a little bit behind where I am.
Mhm.
When I
Mhm.
messaged her yesterday, she was like at like 80 pages, and I was about like 100 pages in.
Okay.
So we're pretty much like at around the same spot.
Yeah.
But yeah, loving this book, honestly.
Nice. We love it. And thankfully, I started the comment where we were, so I know where we were in the comments. I was smart like that. I never am, so that's why I'm impressed with myself. Hello, Jess. Watching a video to get ready to upload. That's exciting. Just making sure I'm happy with my editing. Then going to finish Fairy Tale. Reading Negative Money, poems by Lillian Yvonne Bertram. Then started reading of my May TBR books. Oh, yes, starting into your May TBR. That's fun. The Secret Library by Kikai Magoon, maybe. A middle grade fantasy. Nice. Hello, Christina. How are you? Winding down my day reading A Promise of Peridot, and may start another book to have on deck. Also have to fold laundry and cook dinner. I also have to fold the laundry. I've washed the laundry. I have not folded the laundry. Hello, Carissa. How are you? Have dinner in the oven, and we'll be reading The Raven Boys. Julie, if you're still here, have you finished The Raven Boys? Let me know. Hello, Jess. Almost done with work. 60% through HP2 and hoping to finish before the end of the month. I think you can do that. We're going to have a fair few spreads tonight, so we've got you covered. Because after this will teleport you to Nicole with Neva and Nicole. Neva will be going with Nicole, and Nicole should be here shortly for these sprints. So they're just gonna teleport along with y'all and start the launch sprints for KU Kindle Mayhem. And we will talk more about that once Nicole gets here. Nicole slept in and is
we are literally going to be sprinting for like 12 hours.
I'm excited.
So it's going to be fine.
Oh, Margaret's going to be happy about this one. Book 4 in the Percy Jackson series is happening.
Exciting.
As I was supposed to read it in April, and April is almost over. Luckily, it shouldn't take long.
If you start it now, it'll count.
Yeah, absolutely. Hello, Laura. Found us through Leandra Sprints. Well, welcome. We love to have you. And thank you so much for subscribing. What are you reading? Let us know. Or doing if you're just doing productivity. About halfway through. So hoping to finish it in the next day or so. Hello, Sadia. How are you? Finished the book I was reading on sprints earlier. See, I just had to read 3 more comments and I would have seen that you already answered my question. Now I'm crocheting and thinking about which book to pick up. Want a short one, so maybe I can still finish it tonight. Do you have options? April was 2 minutes.
Whose fault was that? Whose fault was that?
This is your fault. This is the lowest amount of book. Like, okay, I've read a lot of books this month, but I haven't read a lot of like actual full length books. I read 20 manga this month.
I read
April.
I looked and I was like, I wonder how many books I read, right? Because I was like, oh, I could maybe finish Funny Story, before May 1st. I read 19 books this month, man. That's only 2 less. That's only 2 less than I read in March. And I was like, what is happening? Because January and February, your girl was in some kind of a weird like slump. I read like 8 books and 5 books, I think. And I was like, okay, well, yeah. So I was like, well, clearly this year is just not for me. You know what I mean? I just won't have a goal, whatever. And then like Cult Miss happened. And they were like, just kidding. You're not really in a slump. You just didn't know what you were reading.
You just needed the right amount of motivation.
You just needed guidance.
Exactly.
April didn't exist until Cult Miss was over. So literally April had 15 days.
I believe that actually. That might be why it feels like it went so fast.
So
this is true.
That's probably what it is. Yeah.
I think that's exactly what it is. Jess is trying to finish Culty tonight, but I have 250 pages left and don't have the audiobook anymore. Boo. I'm sorry it got taken from you. That's always so sad. Laura, look up Geek Drama by Holly Shale, a short novella, really fun. See if you find it on audio. This is a great question. How was the Polycon? Got a beer and some Chinese food. That sounds delicious. Might read some more of Daughter of Mine in a bit. How is it going, Gabby? Because this is B&K Book Club's book for May. So I will be reading this next month. And I would like to know how it's going for you. I know you put some stuff in the Discord, but I've been strategically not reading those things just in case there were spoilers. So I've just been avoiding that. Pick my next 2 books, Lord of Eternal Night, which is a gay vampire mage pairing, and Fireflies. Fireflies is a reread. Ooh, those sound good. Hello, Tina. How are you? It is looking a bit stormy here, so I'm going to go on a walk. I'll see you on the other side of the sprint. Sounds good, Julie. Have a good walk. Just started a new show, so I'm probably going to be watching that tonight. Northern Exposure. My parents recommended it to me because it's easy. Nice. We love a good movie watching sprint. 150 pages left, and it's also 12 a.m., so I'm not sure how much I'll read tonight. That's very fair. Oh, Neva, here you are. You're on your way.
I was like, well, because I was like, let me go check, see what time Brittany's sprint start. And then it said live. And I was like, live? I was like, no way. Live. And then I was like, okay, I'll just go. I was like, it's fine.
Yeah, it's fine. Hello, Coda. Working on my mess of a house, but might have just lost my motivation. Fair. Maybe sprints will help you with your motivation. It may not, but it might. Tried to read Legendborn, but got about 10% in and DNF'd it. I wanted to love it because I had heard good things. I was really bummed to say the least. Did you immersion read it? Because to be honest, it's the only way I got through the first book. But then I loved, well, not the first book, because once I got to about 50% of the first book, I was in. But the first bit took a second to really understand all the intricacies because there's a lot going on in Legendborn. So
that's why I go into all fantasy with 0 brain cells.
But that one I feel
when I catch up.
I need to read the second one in this because have I read the second one? No.
I'm in the middle of it.
Here's the thing. I already know that it's probably going to make me cry because it made Sam cry. And he was angry at me because he was like, you could have told me it was going to make me cry. And I was like, I didn't read the second book, so how would I have known?
I didn't think it was going to make me cry until Margaret came on these sprints this evening and told me to prepare myself. And I went, excuse me?
And here's the thing, you know me, I be crying at everything, you know?
I know, we're not going to survive.
I just be boo-hooing at everything. So I'm screwed. I know, even the shows.
We are both screwed.
I know.
Alicia, however, is reading a book that Neva will be very excited to see, and that is Pucking Around.
Listen, I love the amount of people that are reading Pucking Around. Also, I was voice chatting with Elyse's the other day. Who had her voice is like so pretty, which is a weird thing to say about somebody, but I'm just saying.
I love it.
But she read Pucking Ever After volumes 1 and 2,
Mhm.
and we like gushed about it for a while, and like everyone come join me over here. You know what I mean? We have pizza, and I suppose I can also provide beverages, alcohol, coffee, whatever you need. But I'm just saying, I feel like coffee and pizza is like a Gilmore Girls concoction.
It
Like
really
talking
is. That's
tacos,
very
you know?
Lorelai.
I don't love that for me, but I just love everyone that's reading this book.
Can I have a banana with more pieces?
The Office was not
Yeah.
bad. I'm glad your first day back to the office in 8 years was not too bad. That's good. This makes me happy. Feel like the ending of Bloodmark will hurt less knowing that the author has at least announced that the next book is coming. I finished it right after the release and there was no info.
I
I
mean,
know, I remember that.
but we don't even get the third book until 2025.
This is true. Yeah, it's next year.
So like that's fine, but like also I just know myself and I just know I'm like when I finally get to it. So I'm just avoiding it.
Fair. I'm having pizza for dinner tonight because I just don't want to do the whole cooking thing, and that's completely fair.
Yeah.
Bought Funny Story yesterday. Haven't started it yet.
I'm
eventually reading this.
I've only started it because it's part of the What She Read book club. Which is Jess Massey's book club, Hustle Sanely. Anyway, I've talked about them before. But anyway, but I can't really like I can't swing for like the full BFF membership right now. So I was like, well, I'll just do the $10 for a book club. Or whatever. But Funny Story is the first book that we're reading, and everybody already started it. So I was having FOMO, even though technically it doesn't start till tomorrow. But I was like, well, now I have FOMO, so now I have to read it.
100%. Chick-fil-A for dinner. Gabby also gave Happy Place 1 star. So agrees with Leandra. I did not read Happy Place because I had given up on Emily Henry by that point, but I've been sucked back in for Funny Story. So here we go. And we may have sucked Butterflies and Books back in as well. Hello, Courtney. How are you? Hello, Jen. I am. Are either of you doing Escape the Readathon?
I just signed up.
What team did you sign up for?
I signed up for Thrill Seekers.
That's fine. I'll allow it. I'm Snack Squad.
I am not doing Escape the Readathon because I feel, even though this is very low key, I feel stressed out enough helping hosting. I'm not even helping.
You have your own readathon going on.
I invited myself to this readathon. So I just feel like that's too much on my plate.
If I was hosting a readathon this month, I wouldn't do it either. But where I'm participating in both, and I can participate in both low key.
That's fair.
Yeah, and I can overlap because like I can read Kindle books for Escape the Readathon. You know.
Yep.
I'm actually thinking. Nicole was talking about this, and she was saying that she thinks that she's going to start using Kindle books or Kindle Unlimited books specifically for readathons, and I think that that's a great idea. So I might start trying to also do that.
Yeah,
because
great idea.
Then I do read quite a bit Kindle Unlimited wise anyway. But maybe this way I could get my Kindle Unlimited TBR, I don't know, down a little bit because my Kindle Unlimited TBR is out of control.
I feel you on that one.
I love that. I just Thrill Seekers was the one that was purple and also had the most of my friends on it. And also I am that girl that's like, let's go do all the rides.
This is fair. I'll allow it, especially for those reasons. Those are good reasons.
But yeah.
Put Funny Story and hold at the library. I have a prompt. An author everyone but you has read, and I've never read Emily Henry.
Wow.
I haven't read her yet either.
Yeah.
Honestly, before Funny Story, Book Lovers was my favorite, and I understand that Book Lovers is not actually really a romance. Like, I get it, but I think that's why it was my favorite, is because I read Book Lovers before I was a romance girly.
And you knew going into it that it wasn't.
Yeah, because enough of my romance friends had already talked about it and were disappointed that it was not so I was like, okay, let me start with this book because at least I know I'll like this, because I do like People We Meet on Vacation and I like Beach Read. But I actually DNF both of them when I first read them because they were so heavy on the romance, and I was not a contemporary romance girly back then. You
Yep.
never know it now with the non-contemporary romance.
I feel like we entered our romance era is very similar, like our contemporary romance era is at a very similar time.
Mhm.
Yeah, we
Not
started
dark
about
romance,
the
but
same time.
contemporary romance. I feel like we,
Contemporary romance, yeah, we started about the same time. But I've always been, me personally, I've always been like a dark romance
yes,
girly, like taboo
Mhm.
romance girly.
absolutely.
And I was like, ugh, who reads contemporary fluffy romance? Gross. Who wants that?
We've changed her mind, everyone. This will be the last comment.
Go through
We're,
it. Yeah.
Margaret's like, I love it. I love it. All fluffy
Yes.
and
And
all
go
the
get me a little piece of sausage.
we are going to head into our first or go into our
And then
first
you can have a
series,
banana.
though. But before we do, are you getting a Kindle? That's very exciting, Lexi. Is this your first Kindle or did you already have one? Because wait for your life to change. Because I got a
Also,
Kindle and my life changed.
I'm ordering a Kobo.
Oh, really?
I'm gonna order the Kobo color
Oh.
because here's what got me.
Mhm.
Okay, is that you can actually annotate in the margins on this thing.
Yep.
So and it's in colors. I was like, let me get this, and then
Mhm.
it has like Overdrive on it or Libby, whatever. So I was like, I was watching other people unbox that are from the United States, and they can use Overdrive straight through the Kobo app. So I'm thinking what I'm going to do is I'm going to use the Kobo for all my library books.
Oh, that's a good idea.
And just I'm not getting rid of Kindle Unlimited or my Kindle. Okay, absolutely not. Brittany remembers what it was like with me with no Kindle.
No.
But I'll keep my Kindle Unlimited, but my Kindle Unlimited and purchased books will probably stay on the Kindle, but I'll use my Kobo specifically for library books, and maybe then I can keep up with them.
That's a good idea.
Yes.
Really good idea.
Yeah.
Okay, so since we've been chatting for 30 minutes, let us get into these sprints. And we are going to do an hour and 5 minutes because that's just the best way it lines up to run over to Nicole in 5 hours. That's just how math works. So that's what we're going to do. And I will see you all in 65 minutes. We came to Nicole. Hello. How are you? You're drinking your coffee, but how are you?
Good. How are you?
Good. I know what time is it for you? It's early.
It's 9:38 now, but when I messaged you, it was 10 to 8. And yeah, I thought I've set my alarm, but I did not.
Hi, Nicole.
Hello, Ari. How are you?
Good.
Thumbs up. Awesome. How was your day?
Good. School
That's
was
good.
good too.
School was good.
That's awesome. We like to hear that.
We do.
And what are you reading tonight, Ari?
Aren't you reading Horton Hears a Who?
Ooh.
I love we had the same reaction. Ooh.
But that's what you were reading earlier, right?
I love Horton Hears a Who.
I was like, that's a good one.
Yeah.
really don't want to.
What are you reading, Nicole?
Well, it is the first for me where I am. So
It
that
is.
means that I can start my KU mayhem. So I'm super excited. So I was going to spin the wheel, but then I thought, that's a problem because I used my phone to record. So that's not going to work. So I got out my trusty witchy box, and I have all of my bits and pieces in here. And just before we came on, I pulled one out, and I'm starting off with a thriller. It's called Death in Sunshine. It's 4 retired cops that are living in a very luxurious retirement village, and they are going to go sleuthing. So I think I'm going to be in for a fun time. And I put it on my list because I like the Thursday Murder Club, and I sort of gave the same vibes. So yeah, so that's what I'm going to read.
As someone who also loves the Thursday Murder Club, when you're done with this, can you tell me if it is the same vibe? Because I will have to definitely pick it up if it is.
Definitely.
Since I'm done the Thursday Murder Club. There is no more books. I finished the series. Richard Osman's writing new things, but not with those characters. So that's fun. How else? Margaret, how did you do? We'll do the loop. Well, a crisscross? I don't know. We'll do something.
Figure it out. Well, I probably have to hop off in about 2 minutes because I did a dinner sprint. So I got dinner ready, but it is in the oven currently.
Sounds good.
I have to go see if the chicken is done cooking in 1 minute and 35 seconds.
No problem. We will hold down the fort while you do that.
That was what we accomplished. There was no reading done that sprint, but now that has been accomplished, reading can happen.
Nice. Neva, how you doing?
I'm doing great. I'm live, laugh, loving this book. Okay,
Nice.
Thank you. Of course, Ari wanted to talk to me, and then I got a phone call, so I had to answer that.
Mm-hmm.
And then definitely not your grandpa. Anyways, uncle is fine. So anyways, I had to answer that, and then so we did that, and I also ate some more pizza. And you talked to your uncle again. Yes. And I got myself a fun little drinky drink over here because why not? And then I'm also finalizing my Kindle Unlimited Mayhem TBR because here's the thing. I thought I had it finalized, and then I realized last night as I was putting everything into my spinner wheel, what I put on the graphic originally and what's actually in my Kindle Unlimited folder is not the same.
I love that.
And I also have books this month that are like technically fit, but they're buddy reads. So like you and I are reading, well, you, me, and a couple other people.
Yeah, there's a crowd.
Autopsy of
I'm so glad this did.
It's fine. Autopsy of a Fairy Tale.
Yep.
So I'm making a separate graphic that's buddy reads / book club reads.
Yep.
And then the rest will be like actual Unlimited books.
I feel like this is what's going to be happening all month with KU Kindle Mayhem is someone will be like, I'm reading this on KU. And we will all go, okay.
Well, it started yesterday with Hanging City. with Brittany and I.
It's true.
Yeah.
In Patreon's words yesterday, Nicole was like, I'm gonna be reading the Hanging Scene. And I was like, oh, when I'm in.
Well, and then we were in the Voxer chat for the
No, I
Unhinged.
blanket to you.
It's fine, I'll get you one for Unhinged podcast, right?
This one?
Yeah.
And we were talking about things we never got over, I think it's called.
Mhm.
It's the
Yep.
Lucy scorebook.
Mhm.
And Nicole was like, oh, I think Brooklyn is gonna read that. And then Katie was like, oh, let me jump on a buddy read too. And then Brooklyn was like, I can't buddy read that this month. So I was like, cool, I'll just remove it and I'll come back later.
This is what the month's going to be. It's going to be just abandoning books left, right, and center to join buddy reads. I foresee this being the thing.
The challenge is though not to have it set by the first. So you've got a few hours yet, Neva, to get it set and
Thank
whatnot.
God,
But there's
because otherwise
we have sort of tweaked it a little bit for people and that. So there was a few people that were reading KU books that weren't quite at 50%. So we've said yes, you can carry them over.
Yeah.
And also there's some hybrid ones happening with
Mhm.
NetGalley and Kindle Unlimited or Kindle books. Because technically NetGalley are on your Kindle, so therefore they're a book on your Kindle, so you can bring that in. And then there's a couple, I think 2 or 3 people that are actually doing a full-on hybrid, 10 off KU, 10 off their Kindle.
Ooh, that's a good idea.
Yeah, so there's graphics and everything all over in the Discord for that, so it helps you keep track of everything. And yeah, it's going to be a
Also-
lot of fun.
Both of these people are linked in the description box, and both have announcement videos explaining Mayhem if you don't know what we're talking about. So definitely head over there during the sprint and check that out because it's starting in less than 4 hours. But it's already started for our Australian friends already. So, you know.
And some of our UK friends will be starting shortly
True.
too. Yeah,
This is true.
so
So we also had a few people join us during that sprint. We had Crystal. Hello, Crystal. Reading The House with Chicken Legs. We had Amy. Hello, Amy. Amy is doing editing tonight. Ordered pizza. Dinner did not turn out as it should. Well, at least you have pizza. That's a good, that works. Brooklyn is also here reading Binding 13. I feel like all of our friends just rolled up in the chat all at once. Australian friends all just were like, hi, where are we?
they all got up for the day. That's why.
That's exactly what happened. And Nell is on the way home from work. Nell started their new job. So,
Yay.
this is exciting information.
Wow.
Hello, Ro. And Jean is also here. Just got home from a work event. So many people were tipsy at the event. That can go either way with work people. Like either it's funny or it's awkward. It can go either way. Going to try and finish Familia today before the month turns over. Responding to some emails and read 50 pages. Only 30 pages left. You can do that in the next sprint for sure. Bree got home and showered. Dinner is in the oven and need to edit this evening. Well, hopefully we can keep you on task for your editing. Rye was working on an IEP and listening to In the Weeds. Ooh, Rye, what are you thinking of this one? This is the second book in the Love Light Farm series, unless it's a different In the Weeds, which is very possible that it is. But I think this
I
is
would think it's the Love Light Farms one.
Me
I
too.
like this one.
See, I was not a huge fan of this one. This is my least favorite in the series so far. It's the only
Wait, how
one.
many have you read? Just the first 2?
What?
How many have you read? Just the first 2?
I've read the first 3 because this is the second one.
Okay, so I read the first 2. And I liked both of the first 2, honestly.
Yeah, I felt there was too much miscommunication in this one, but I get irritated with miscommunication.
There
easily.
was, I will give you that. There was a lot of miscommunication. But I think I liked this. Wasn't this a second chance?
Yes,
Yeah, I think this second chance overrode the miscommunication.
that's totally fair. Wait till you read the third one because he's a golden retriever. I know.
We love a golden retriever in a book.
I know.
I just don't understand.
I know. It's great. Page 86 of 217. Wasn't expecting to actually read that much tonight. Well, there you go. Sometimes it just happens organically. Got food on the grill for dinner. Got to 42%, 81% in dragon fruit, and made a lot of surprise noises about this section. Good surprises, bad surprises. Who knows? Got the litter box cleaned, bathroom cleaned, trash taken out, took a shower, while getting through 48% of the X-Files. Lexi, this is what Lexi's like every Tuesday night. Lexi can get more done in a sprint than I can get done all day. Literally. I need that energy, Lexi.
Sure.
Started Caroline, but didn't get much read. 27 pages is a good amount. I don't even think I read that
Yes.
in this sprint at all. Made a bunch of banana bread and
I picked a book. That was it.
Yeah, right. I think 27's great. And banana bread and laundry, killing it. Finished my book. Was it good? Was it bad? Was it in between?
I find when you get comments like this, I finished my book and nothing else. It's like, I don't know what's happening here.
We have a Nell.
Hi.
Hello. How are you?
I'm very tired.
I wasn't sure if we'd see you, which is why I didn't tell anybody you were coming, just in case we didn't see you. Because this was your first day at your new job, right?
Yesterday was the first day.
Yesterday.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I was like, I'm not gonna confirm for her that she'll be. How are you doing?
I'm
Like,
good.
other
I'm
than you're
good.
tired.
Yes, I'm tired. I bought a bunch of stuff so that I can clean and reorganize my car
Mm-hmm.
because, as a lot of you know, there are going to be some people in town this week, and a lot of them are probably going to be in my car. I'm probably going to be the chauffeur for the weekend.
Fair.
So I need to get my car organized so that there's not stuff everywhere.
All of our book friends are meeting, and I'm not going to say that I'm not jealous because I'm very jealous.
That's what I'm saying. Like, wow.
I'm like, what am I supposed to do with myself this weekend? Finished dinner, cleaned up dinner, and finished editing a video for tomorrow. Nice. Also planned out my books for May to finish out my 52 book goal so I can bump it up to 100. That's amazing. Vanessa did a goal planning session for May. Very nice. Hello. Finished Daughter Smoke and Bone, and this hurts my heart so much. 2.5 stars. I have not read this book, so this could be true, but I love Strange the Dreamer by this author, and I've been hesitant to pick up this book because I'm scared for this
Are
reason.
they related or are they two separate stories?
They're two separate so Strange the Dreamer is a duology, and then Daughter Smoke and Bone is a trilogy, so they aren't related.
Okay.
And I'm scared. I own it, and I'm so scared to pick it up, and this does not help my level of scared. It's not helping me. Because I just love Strange the Dreamer so much that, like, if this is bad, I'll be so sad. But, like, Stacy not liking it is not a good sign because Stacy and I agree on a lot of books. So that's concerning. Gonna go get a fruit popsicle before book club discussion tonight of Fate Inked in Blood. I knew what this was. Busy stream day. You have been very busy today, Vanessa, because Vanessa started out the train, then had the planning session, and now has a book club live show. So that's a busy day. Got all the laundry that was done, folded and put away. Got almost finished cleaning out my closet floor. Just need to vacuum now, and started supper and went to Vanessa's goal planning. Christina also getting all the things done during that sprint. I admire people who do 30 and 30. Congratulations on reaching your goal. 30 and 30 is rough. Like, at the beginning of 30 and 30, you're always like so optimistic. And by the end, you're like, why did I do this to myself?
It's fine. I'm good. I'm on track. And then it's April 10th, and you're like, I have 30 and 20 bucks.
Yep.
Yep.
I watched your reel, Margaret, and I just cracked up. It started out so well, so confident, and within seconds we were devastated. I was watching it just before I went to bed, and I swear my daughter must think I'm cracked because I'm just like wetting myself laughing in my room by myself, no one in there, and I'm just laughing. And she's like, "You're right, Mum." I'm like, "Oh, you've just got to see this. This is so funny. So much confidence
I had just
annihilated by the end."
Yeah.
it popped up like in my thing, and I was like, "Oh, Margaret, we'll just watch it." And I was like dying with laughter, and everybody at work was just like side-eyeing me, and I was like, "Y'all are not gonna understand. You people don't read." So.
Right. Agreed. Because that's a chunkier book to not enjoy it. slowly uploading a video. Then we'll be heading out for a few hours. Need some me time. I love that. Will audio while I'm out. Enjoy your time out. It's always nice to get out and just, get away for a little while. Ate supper, watching episodes of Bones to catch up from last week, and went from 46 to 59 of Bone Shard Daughter. Bethany, did you watch the first episode that we were supposed to watch from last week or the second? Because there's a drastic enjoyability that we had in the watch along. The first episode we really liked, and the second episode we were all like, this is not good.
Which episodes were you watching last week?
It was the first one was Epps, the first Howard Epps episode, which is why it was so good. Right. Yeah.
He comes in so much earlier than I remember him coming in, too.
Yeah, it was like episode 6 or 7. No, 6. 7? 6.
Yeah.
We're doing 7 and 8 this week.
He only gets worse.
Yeah. So that was the first
Okay.
episode.
Yeah.
And the second one was the one with the professor, where her professor comes in for one episode. And she
Oh, that episode.
Yeah, it's not good.
It's crucial to understanding Tempia's character,
Agree.
but also real
Not a
sneaky.
good episode. Yeah. So
He was a bit
like
full of
really
himself.
good one, and then a really bad one. It was like, oh, this was a ride tonight, everyone.
So I'm up to date now with you because I had started watching it and I had to stop because I was waiting. So I will be able to. I'll have to watch them on the replay because I'm streaming at the same time. But
Yes, we do end up going at the same time.
yeah, but that's all good. I'll pop in and go. Oh.
I love it. Only 4 more rows of my blanket will be done, except for the edge. 54 pages left on my book, and I really, really want to finish it today. I think you can do it, Helen. I have faith. I've been awake since 6 a.m. This is what happens when you have toddlers. This is life with toddlers. Do you want to know when mine woke up this morning? 3.
No. Go back to
Mine
bed.
was when I got home this morning at 2:45.
3. He went back to bed eventually, like an hour later, because I was like, absolutely not. But like,
I said, "Oh, it's time to go to school," and I said, "Does it look like it's light outside? Good night." And I left the room.
that's what I do with mine. I'm like, is the sun out? Then no. No. I do not accept this. I'll do productivity and alternate with reading The Historian by Elizabeth Kostova. Need to download my graphics for KU Mayhem from the Discord. With the new laptop, I can get on Discord again. Nice.
I need to download some books before it hits May 1st. Because there are some Kindle Unlimited books that I need to read next month.
Yep.
So
It is the second one, and Rye is liking In the Weeds. Met BK Borison, and she was a sweetheart. Nice. I'm so excited for the next book because I'm now caught up and just waiting for the release.
I still have to read In the Weeds and Mixed Signals.
I just need to read Mixed Signals.
Mixed Signals is my favorite in the series, and that's high praise considering I gave Love Light 5.
What's funny is that I bought Mixed Signals first because I didn't know it was a series and then didn't read it. And then I figured out that it was a series. So then I bought the first one, read that, and then still didn't have the second one.
Yep.
And then she came in town to do a signing. So I okay, now I have to get the second one so I can get all 3 signed and still haven't read the second and third one.
But at least you signed copies. That's lovely.
Yeah, I only own Love Light because we all did it as a buddy read. I think
We did during the very first Sprint Miss. We buddy read Love Light Farms.
during Sprint Miss we read, and so I ordered it, and I was like, "Oh, I'm going to order this physically," and then I read it on Kindle Unlimited anyway.
Well, that's fine. I just did that with The Blighted Stars. I owned it physically, read it about 200 pages of it, realized it was just very heavy and that it was on sale for Kindle for $2.99 and went, well, I'm done. It's like, this book is so heavy. No.
Yeah, I read it back when it was still on Kindle Unlimited was when we read it. And so I was just like, well, I'll just read it on my Kindle. And then I think I held it up in a video or something.
Yeah.
But I definitely did not read it physically.
That's sometimes the only reason we have the physical copies is to hold it up in videos. Be like, hi,
Yep.
I have this.
There's shelf trophies of books that we've read on digital
100%.
formats.
I have not. Have any of the hosts?
Never heard of it.
I didn't even know what this book was until Crystal was talking about it.
I did know what this was. It's a middle grade. And it's a very popular middle grade amongst big middle grade readers. I'm just not I do read middle grade, but would I say I read a lot of middle grade? No, I would not say that's something that I read significant amounts of.
Yeah, I read some, but I don't read
Right.
like a
Yeah, I read some, but
like
not a lot.
genre
If
that
it's
is.
a middle grade book, Crystal, check out Kara over at Wild Book Garden. That's Wild, WILD.
Mhm.
She reads a lot of middle grade, and she might have read that book. So
Yeah.
you may be able to find her review of it. And I really like, she does a really good job of explaining things. And she's recommended a lot of books that I've liked and read. She's recommended to me. So
Completely agree. Pizza acquired, Tylenol taken, finally laying down with my book. Always in a chaotic mood on Tuesdays. And then we have Sprint just to help you with your chaotic mood. It's perfect. They put me and our cornea specialist together, and we're both ADHD to the extreme and chaotic with each other, and then it transfers over when I get home. There. Katie's packing. I am so jealous. I'm so happy for all of you, but I wish I was going to be there. Gave it 3.5 stars. It was fine. It's fine. Agree.
Funny, I was looking up because I was watching Sullivan's Crossing again last night.
Yes.
And I'm like, it's just so pretty there. And I have other friends from the crafting side of life that live in Nova Scotia. And I was looking up airfares, but I'm like, damn, I've got to find some cheap airfares.
I would assume that flight from Australia to my part of Canada would be very costly.
Well, just to get into
would be
Vancouver is $3,000 return.
Oh,
So
yeah,
that's
she'd be coming that way.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then I've got to get from there to you. So
which is the entire other side of Canada. You are traversing all of Canada.
So I'm wondering if it'd be prudent to go to Britain, go to Europe first and then come across.
That would be easier to get to me.
Yeah.
If you were already going to go to the UK, then it would be a hop, skip, and a jump to get here. It's not, we have direct flights to the UK because it's really not that far. I mean, it's far.
It's far, but not
far.
that far. Yeah. But yes, we do need to, and we need to bring Brooklyn too.
Agreed. Honestly,
I bet I better be figuring out how to get there too, because God forbid Ari finds out that everybody else went and saw Auntie Brittany, and then I'm never gonna live that shit down. That will be therapy for 15 years. You know that? Remember that one? Remember that one time that all my aunties went and saw Auntie Brittany, and you didn't take me? No thanks.
I mean, she's not wrong. But my kid, if I told my kid, my Wiggles loving kid, that we were going to Australia, I think I would be the best mother in the whole world. I would win all of the prizes. Little would he know how long of a flight that would take. We would all need to be sedated to get there. But
how far do you live from New York, Brittany?
Far.
Oh.
Technically,
a whole nother country.
Here's the thing. The East Coast of Canada and the East Coast of the United States are not as close to each other as most people think, because we're a lot wider.
Okay.
So if you think the upper part of New York attaches to the same province Kelsey's in.
Right.
So Kelsey is also very far from me. So it's not earth-shatteringly far, but it's far. It's a ways. Yeah. But I don't even have a US border. I'm not attached to the US. My province is not attached.
Because you're out.
Because I'm way out in the ocean.
Yeah.
But
it's such a pretty part of the world. I'm sitting there just drooling over where you live.
It's really beautiful. It's true.
It's
you live in a gorgeous place. Ro loved Daughter of Smoke and Bone.
Oh,
so
nice,
I might have some hope.
Yeah, I haven't read anything else by this author, but I have read Daughter of Smoke and Bone, and I liked it.
Daughter of Smoke and Bone is for the girly. It's for the people that like their things a little bit creepy, a little bit mythological. If you really like thinking about heaven and hell, that kind, those kinds of things, and how it's basically one of those kind of all the stories are true narratives, where our entire so many different religions here are based on what you find out, what is going on in this book, or has ties. So I really enjoyed that series. Her Strange the Dreamer series is my favorite,
Fair.
but it was a good time. It's a bit older for older YA, so it's like she's in college.
Yeah.
But it was a good time.
You watched the first episode, which was the Eps. Eps is so good. Eps is a good running storyline with Bones. And yeah, the professor does give the egg. And yes, Stacy, because this is Stacy's first time watching Bones, is watching it with us. So you will eventually see that character again.
There are a couple of recurring villains on Bones, and he's one of them.
It's my first time watching it as well, so
you'll see him again. The second episode gave us all the egg. We were all like, no.
It was written in a different time. Like
100%.
Pretty Little Liars was on the air, and no one batted an eye at a 12-year-old dating her teacher. It was.
This is true.
Like,
this is 100% true. And there's definitely a few episodes that we've watched where we're like, this didn't age great.
Oh, so anything
Not
having to do
great.
with the Middle East did not age great.
No.
And then Booth's tactics as a cop, I'm just like, just because you're trying to protect people doesn't justify taking any action you want. Like,
100%.
if you want to see some tragic, not aging well shows, give Melrose Place a try. You'll appreciate everything you're watching thereafter that. Yeah, I did it a couple of months ago. I didn't even get through the first. I think I might have got through the first season. I'm not 100% sure. But I was sitting here one night. We mentioned it on Sprint, and I thought, you know what? I might have a drink and sit down and watch Melrose Place. Oh my Lord! I'm like, how did these people be top rating actors? Like, no.
that's so funny.
Sometimes it's hard when you go back and watch those shows and you're like,
The funniest thing from my rewatch of Bones is like going through and now knowing that like half of Hodgins' conspiracy theories are things we have documentation for.
I know, it's creepy.
Like he mentions MK Ultra, and I thought that didn't mean anything to me at like 21.
No.
And now I'm like, oh wait. I know about this.
It's true. Also, before we go into a sprint, hi Jess. How are you? Ooh, we're almost gonna have a new Amy video. We love this.
Wait, my mic's over here now.
This may be true. This actually might be worth a better way to get here than through British Columbia.
True.
Casually looks up how close Ohio is to Nova Scotia. It's not close.
All I know is that Ontario through New York to Pennsylvania was like a 10-hour drive.
And I'm nowhere near Ontario.
They're like in the middle, right?
Yeah, they're in the middle.
Keep going.
I'm nowhere near. That's why Kelsey and I have never seen each other in all our days. People think we have. And I'm like, Kelsey and I live nowhere near each other. Nowhere. Canada, big place. Very, very.
It's a bit like Australia, big place.
Big place.
Yeah.
Very, very large.
Mm.
Yeah, no. I think if I were to drive to Kelsey's, it would take like 18 hours of driving.
That's the amount of time it used to take my brother to get to us from South Bend.
Yeah.
Which is like mid-US, almost as high up as you can get, all the way to almost the very bottom, not bottom, like halfway through Florida.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah, it's big.
That's so much further than I was expecting you to say. 18 hours?
Yes.
not surprised.
And that's only to the middle of Canada. And then
And then you've got the rest.
he was like, what if we met in Niagara Falls? I forget who this was. And I was like, oh, that's like 20 hours for me. Like, that's not happening. Well, it's not. No. No. And that's even in the same province as Kelsey, and she'd still have to drive 6 hours. And that's in the same province. So you know, Ontario's big.
I mean, all of them are big.
Well, Nova Scotia and Prince Edward Island, like the eastern ones aren't that big. The eastern provinces are tiny, which is why people forget about them. Jess was doing this from PA, which is PA. Somebody tell me what state this is. Pennsylvania. I do not know my states. I don't live there. I don't know them.
I don't need to know.
I do listen, and I barely know my state, so it's fine.
Do not know them. Went to a red carpet event with 2 of the Wiggles. I've got the hookups. You just tell Matt that, and we'll be on our way there in 0.2 seconds. I'll be like, Mom, we have to go. Could visit now with 1 tank of gas. There you go. Exactly. New York attaches to the middle of Canada. A lot, but people think because it's on the coast would also attach to Canada's. They don't realize how much wider we are. Okay, let us go into a sprint, and I will see you all in 65 minutes. Hello, friends. I'm reading the Atlas Complex, and this book has had horrible reviews. Like, people are not liking it, and I can see why. I could see why some people wouldn't like this book. Like, I could see why the majority of people wouldn't like this book. But I'm over here just like, this could be one of my best books of the year. And that's so my vibe, isn't it? That, like, I'm just over here and nobody likes the books I like. It's fine. It's fine.
I'm glad it's promising though, because I have been putting off reading it because book 2 was so.
Book 2 was so. I gave book 2 3 stars. So if that gives you any hope, but I will say, like, I'm buddy reading this with Alicia, and I was like, this is dark academia on steroids. Like, it is a lot, but I'm here for it, and I'm having a great time. But it took, like, Gideon 5 pages of internal monologue to answer a simple question. So, like, I can understand why people would not enjoy that.
But Gideon's good.
Was like, this is great. So here we are. That's my review of the Atlas Complex so far as I finished part 2. How'd you do, Margaret?
I read the first chapter of the 3 books that I needed to read for the vlog. I will do the update for it tomorrow. Actually, no, I'll probably do it Thursday because that's when I'm filming and I'll have makeup on and I need to do the intro for it too.
Mm-hmm.
Or maybe I'll do an update and then I'll do an intro and an outro. I don't know what I'm going to do yet. And then I got to sit down and finally start reading The Viscount Who Loved Me, which is Bridgerton book 2.
Nice.
So,
Nice.
yeah. I'm on page 7. I turned around, there are like 4 minutes left.
I was like frantically trying to finish that section because it was like the end of part 2. And I was like, we had 16 seconds left. And I was like, I'm going to make it.
We're right in the middle of the scene that explains to everyone why Anthony Bridgerton is the way he is.
Oh.
Right in the middle of that scene. And I'm just like, well, this is a great place to stop.
Yeah. Margaret turns camera off and leaves Sprints.
100%. I always feel like that happens on Sprints. It's like the timer will be done and you're like, this is the worst time, but thank you.
I mean, I do still have the book right here.
You could just read while we chat. That's fine. No one will blame you for that.
Yeah, just have us as background noise.
I do that quite often with other sprints because you know how some of the sprints, like, they'll talk for like an hour and I'm like, I've got books to read, people.
Yeah.
I feel like Neva and I are being called out there.
I see myself in that comment. Thanks, Margaret.
Yeah, we appreciate that. Is it going to stop us? No.
No, absolutely not.
You know what? We can all have different vibes on Sprints. It's fine.
I don't always like that, but there are some big readathons where I'll be like, guys.
Right.
Yeah, readathons. Yeah, I can understand that. Yeah.
For like amazing readathon, we don't got time for that.
No.
Exactly.
No.
We say that now. Let's see what state we're in.
Yeah, I'll be in the comments going, guys, it's an hour. Guys, an hour and a half. Are we gonna read?
No, because our brains are mush and we are done. And no.
A prompt could drop at any moment, guys. We gotta go.
We'll survive.
I hope Bree is enjoying this.
We're all gonna survive somehow the month of June. Nell, how'd it go?
I am like halfway done. I opened up all the new stuff and organized the new stuff, but I still have to go through the old stuff and figure out what I'm keeping and what I'm throwing out. So the new stuff is done.
That's a good amount of progress in one sprint, though. Nicole?
I ended up getting 28 pages read, but as soon as we went to a sprint, a customer turned up, dropped 2 quilts off. Then my husband rang having a meltdown about Filmora, the editing software. A computer guy he is not. And I am not the most patient teacher when it comes to him because he's an intelligent man. And I'm like, you just need to get this. Mm-hmm. It's been 22 years. We can move on.
You should have learned by now.
That's right. But so I talked him through an offer lead because he's got a YouTube channel, but editing, and it's not a side of my husband that I ever knew existed. He gets so anxious and so and I'm just like, wow, okay, let me talk you through this. So we go one step at a time. So I did that and I got some pages read. We have a murder. We have 4 people and we're getting to know them. So far, so good.
Nice. Neva?
Oh yeah, I'm still live, laugh, loving. No idea how many pages I read because I've lost count.
That's lovely. I love that for you.
I'm 35% through. That probably means literally nothing. And according to my Kindle, I'm on page 131. So I went over into our little Kajabi chat thing for book club, like into like this spoiler, and I was, gushing about that. I also finalized my Mayhem TBR, so thank God for that. That's done.
Mhm.
As Nicole would say, done and dusted, right? Okay, so that's finished. And I put Ari to bed. So that's
Nice.
what we did.
That was a very productive sprint. ML came. Hello, ML. I know I have a party tonight. We've got a good crowd. Jamie took a nap while my internet was glitching and spent most of that sprint logging all my books for Tomes and Treasures in Old School April. I feel like that's half the last day of a month is just logging readathon books. Like you're like, oh, now's the time. I put this off all month. Let me just sit and submit for days. Hello, Rachel. How are you? Oh, we have a finished book, 4.5 stars or 4.75 stars. That's a good book. Also log my books for the end of Aurelium. More book logging happening. Was going to upload my video, but my computer is being a sloth. Oh no. Restarting and praying that helps. I hope that does help. That usually is what I need to do is when my computer is like being really slow. It's like, it just needs to rest. Had some dinner that sprint. That's fair. I accept that this is not for everyone.
Yeah.
I accept that. You've read the Atlas 6, right, Margaret?
I read the Atlas 6. I got part of the way through the Atlas Paradox and got distracted. And then, so feedback that something you need to know about me is that I get very involved in ships. And if my ship doesn't work out, I don't enjoy the book as much.
Mm-hmm.
And so I have heard things that make me think that my ship is not going to have any sort of like anything happen with them.
Is it the same as my ship?
I don't know. It would depend on what your ship is. I'll just say that my ship does include Libby.
No, that's not my ship then. Nope.
Just I do very much enjoy her and a certain character and how obsessed they are with each other. But anyways, so I haven't gotten back to it because kind of my enthusiasm for it was killed with that information. So I haven't gotten to the point where I'm like, okay, I'm ready to read this again.
Would you want to tell me what your ship is? And then when I get to the end of the third book, if something happens with that, would you want me to tell you?
I would love to know.
Okay, you'll have to tell me. I don't know what character you're talking about.
Like,
there's a lot of options with Libby that these characters, you could stick them on any sort of configuration. And I'd be like, that makes sense.
90% sure that your ship is the same as Cal's ship. And I've heard good things about Cal's ship. And
yes.
Yes.
We started right off in the third book and I was like, oh, thank God.
Yeah. My ship might involve part of that ship.
Well, and to be honest, I might be able to give you good news on that.
Oh.
I'm still kind of seeing how
Margaret's
it's all working out. I might be still seeing how it's all working out, so I'm not sure. There's some hinting that there's some hinting.
It feels like something that would work real well.
I agree with you. But as long as it didn't also disrupt my ship, there has to be some sort of. I understand what ship you want.
I understand what you. Yeah, no, I'm like, this is one of those that is like they just all of them would work in some configuration.
100%.
The only other thing that I'm invested in is I want Callum to die a hideous, horrible death.
That's also fair. That is also fair.
I agree with that.
I hate him so much.
It's also very fair. So I will let you know at the end of the book if you maybe would be excited.
I mean, if it's a possibility, I'll go in and I'll read it and find out for myself. I just like haven't gotten to a point where I'm like, I'm ready to continue on with this and it works for my schedule.
100%. In the second book, I would say the second book is not strong no matter what. Like it's definitely
Yeah.
a middle book. But now having read the first part of this, I'm like, I can see why we needed that.
Yeah.
Does that make sense?
I was loving it. Like the beginning bit that I just kind of had to read other books. And now I have to start it from the beginning because it's been so long.
Mhm. Yeah.
I started
And I
this
will
last
say-
March.
Like not everyone's going to love this series. This is not a series for every person.
No, this is
No, I
very-
really liked the first book. The second book, and it sort of put me off getting the third book because I'm like, do I waste my
I think
time?
it put a lot of
But-
people off. And a lot of
Mm.
people aren't liking the third book. But I'm sitting here going, this could be on my best books of the year. So here I am.
It's a
just being
slow,
contrarian.
introspective story. A lot of the plot and the growth that happens is internal.
Mhm.
Mhm.
It's not action heavy.
No, it's all
Also
internal
doesn't always make
monologue.
sense.
89% of this book is internal monologue.
Mm.
Yeah. Yeah.
And that's not going to work for every person.
No, that's
It
not
is
going to
just
work
not.
for everybody. I love the character development and getting to see in their heads.
Me too.
I like stepping into someone else's head. It quietens my head down.
And their heads are just so chaotic that I'm like, oh, this is what my head's like. Welcome to the crazy. Lexi ate dinner, vacuumed, and has been watching some of my 100 hours of watch later lists. Amazing. But also cleaned the kitchen and took a shower and wrote my to-do list. Lots of productivity is happening over here in the stream
Nice.
tonight, and we love to see it. 52%. Yes, Ro. Yes. I know what books you like, and I feel like you would like the Atlas 6.
Oh, Ro, you would be all over the Atlas.
Yeah.
6.
I can confirm that you would really like the Atlas 6. During the sprint, I worked on my planner and watched some YouTube. Finished laundry, did dishes, read up to page 205, and loving my book. We love this. Julie finished a book. Julie, did you like it?
Hi.
11 minutes edited on the Apolycon vlog. I'm excited to watch all the Apolycon content coming out. Hello, Josie. 83% into Hidden Pictures. Enjoying it so far and hope to finish it tonight. I think you got this. We've got lots and lots and lots of sprints tonight because as soon as we leave here, this is just going to take you with these two over to Nicole's channel for more sprints. So we've got you covered. It has a super low rating on Goodreads, but I can see why. This book is not for everybody. It's not gonna. And I don't think a lot of people have read it. It doesn't have that many reviews yet because I think book 2 lost a lot of people.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of people.
Yeah.
Book 2 lost a good amount. And I'm only 160 pages in, so like things could change. It does obviously depend how it ends, but like I'm obsessed. Read some cozy mysteries, and now I'm going to read The Last Beekeeper by Pablo Cartaya. Been in sprints lurking in the background. That is totally fine. Anytime people don't feel like commenting, that's totally fine. We don't mind at all. As I've been not feeling well and have been napping, I hope you're feeling a bit better. I spent the majority of my fence trying to I spent the majority of this sprint trying to figure out what to do. And then there's an ellipses, so let me find the rest of the comment. Here we go. Start reading and finally decided on A Fire Endless by Rebecca Ross. Is this the sequel to A River Enchanted?
Yes, it is.
Yeah.
I need to read it.
Mm-hmm. I need to start that series because I
Mhm.
think I will like it. Did bedtime with the kids, having a hard time with Bone Shard War tonight. I might have to come back to it on another time. Raina's chapter, and really excited for Libby's chapter now that I saw your note. Poor Alicia, my dear buddy reader, has just been getting basically chapter by chapter updates from me. And just me gushing is what has happened. And you're welcome, Alicia, for that lovely time of my basically the Atlas Complex commentary is what Alicia has signed up for. I don't know if Alicia's happy about this or not. Finished 41 books in April. That's amazing. Yeah, so logging books took a long time, even with doing 5 books at a time. Had supper and just got to chapter 28 of HP7 and now sending younger one off to get ready for an early bedtime. Poor Goodreads ratings don't deter me from picking up books. I'm going to read it. Yeah, it's yeah.
Especially if it's by an author of color, because like I just read The Only Good Indians, absolutely loved it. It had terrible reviews at the beginning because they only sent it out to white readers.
Right.
And so everyone who was actually going to get what was going on in that book didn't get the book to
Didn't get
review
it.
it as an art.
Mhm. Absolutely. And I will admit, like, this is a book that not everyone is going to like. Like, it's very dark academia. It's very.
I feel like dark academia is like just hit or miss with a lot of people. Like, it's either going to be your specific, like, If We Were Villains is my specific thing. I mean, I love dark academia, but I think I would have liked that one regardless because all of the Shakespeare.
Right. And a lot of people don't like it because of all of the Shakespeare. Like, and I loved it. Everyone knows it's one of my favorite books of all time. So, like,
it's so, and it's structured like a 3-act Shakespeare play.
it's so great. As we just gushed about dark academia books that we love, I'm loving how this stream has turned out. It's great. Started Funny Story, 9% in. Nice. Next sprint, I think I'm going to do my May budget. A 40-hour drive to Nova Scotia for Margaret.
2 comments down, you'll see it's actually only 30 hours to get to you, Brittany.
That's not bad.
Depending on where in Nova Scotia you are.
I'm on the coast. Like, I can see the ocean, if that helps.
As can I, but mine is actually a bay. Or a gulf. I can see the Gulf of Mexico from where I am.
Which is attached to the ocean.
Yeah.
Y'all, I still haven't planned any reading for May. I might be in trouble, or you might be in for a mood reading May. It even has alliteration.
That's such a smart idea because that's kind of where I'm feeling is like mood read May. Because like KU Mayhem doesn't require me to have a specific like here's 20 books on my Kindle I want to read.
Exactly. I feel like that should be a thing. Someone should do that. Mood read May. Like that should be a readathon.
Sounds like you, Brittany. You put your hand up there. That sounds like you.
Not this May. See you next May, everyone.
Next year.
Someone remind me of this moment a year from now. And we'll do it up.
What, you've got 2 hours left.
2 hours an hour and a half to get an announcement video out. God, no problem.
You got this.
Wash my hair, made dinner, and now I'm gonna get some dessert. I did like dragon fruit, but I need to think a little more on my final rating. Was just guessing based off the 15-hour drive from you to me, and then 23-ish hours from me to Brittany. I'm far.
The good news is I can kind of go up the coast if I want to see Brittany. So I don't have to go to Ohio unless I'm going to visit family.
True. Read a chapter of How to Solve Your Own Murder.
That seems awkward.
This might be difficult.
This seems like a little bit of a challenge.
I think I have an arc for that book, but I haven't read it.
Also, don't you think you would know who killed you? Because you would have been there.
If they did it from behind, you wouldn't see them.
True.
But I think
they poisoned
if
you.
I remember correctly, it's something about like she learns that she
is about to be murdered.
And I think that's what it is. Don't quote me on that because I'm probably wrong, but yeah, I think that's how it's structured. And then it ends up someone else comes into it as well. So
the restart helped. Yay, the computer is working. We'd love to see it. I can only have my editing software open when I use it. Watching you guys on the phone while editing, completely fine. Got to page 59 of my poetry book. Hopefully I'll finish it in the next sprint. Then I'll continue to read Landmarks. I'm glad you're here for the commentary because I need to talk to someone about it because I'm gushing to just the ether here at home. So at least, talk to you. I'm a little less crazy.
I send essays.
Yeah. That's the nice thing about Voxer, though, is I can just speak. an incoherent
back.
message to Alicia. Quick mom update. She is still doing great with recovery and has reached Brussels, where she will fly out back to the US on Thursday. Okay, that's so good to hear. I know this has been such a time figuring this out, so I'm glad that it's coming to a somewhat of an end with getting her home on Thursday. Started Immortal Pleasures today. I absolutely have to read it because of the premise. Queen of the Damned, but make it decolonial. Yes, please. That does sound really good. But it does seem like it might be erotica, and I don't know about that for me. That really adds a whole other level to this book, doesn't it?
Well, and ML doesn't read. She doesn't read
No.
spice at all.
No.
Like not even just like not erotica. Like she
No.
does. Like ML prefers no spice.
Mm-hmm. But even like I feel like that just sometimes you can do too much in a book. Gave Dragon Fruit a low 4 stars. Could do Mood Read May with just a hashtag and a Discord. People are like, can you at least make a Discord? We don't need an announcement video.
Alas, I am making TBRs for everything this month. So
here we go. And encourage people to not make a TBR and just select what to read next. Honestly, this would actually really work for me this month because I have overcommitted to buddy reads. Like the amount of buddy reads that I have committed to for this month is probably 10 to 11. Like it's a lot for four weeks.
That's why I put buddy reads into everyone else's hands. People message me, like Brittany. She messaged me. She said, "This is a group that's reading Autopsy of a Fairy Tale. Can you start on this date?" And I said, "Yeah, sure." Because basically, you have to just tell me when we're gonna read the book. Don't leave it up to me. Don't ask me when would work for you this month. I don't know.
See, and I like to decide when it happens because I know when I'm filming what video.
Yeah,
so I knew when I was filming my KU Mayhem video, and I knew that would be the week to do that.
Yeah, see, I don't want the control. That's just like with the Throne of Glass thing that me and Rainey and Kelsey are doing. Kelsey sends me the dates and what chapters we're reading, and I make a graphic. That's it. That's all I'm here for. I'm here to be told when to read the things. Otherwise, it's left up to the spinner wheel.
I love it.
Nice.
Approximately 30 to 35 hours from Nova Scotia. Everyone is so far from me. This is why no one comes to visit. This is why even businesses, famous people, they get as far as Ontario and then they go, there's more to Canada. This is why.
There's more.
And then they don't come here. We don't have any. We have like very few chain restaurants. Like we'll get some, but like a lot of them won't come here. This is
you
why.
have Tim Hortons. Do you need anything else?
This is. I mean, no, but I have 4 Tim Hortons on the street down the road. Like on the street, there's 4 of them.
Ari and I are 30
There's no
hours
room
away.
for other chain restaurants. So we have 4 Tim Hortons. What does Ari want?
Ari and I are 30 hours away.
Yeah, like that's so far.
But if we take a flight, then we either it would cost us $822 to fly to Halifax, where the hell that is,
that's where I live,
or 1,365, and then it's 2 stops, and it's in Sydney.
Sydney's nowhere. That's Cape Breton. You are very far from me if you've gone to Cape Breton.
I don't know what's going on there, but to fly to Halifax, it would cost me $822 a piece.
As someone who lives in Canada, and I'm really appreciating where you put the accent on Halifax.
It looks like Halifax to me. I'm from the Midwest. Okay,
You're really accenting the A, and I love it.
how do you say it?
Halifax, like hell.
Yeah.
Halifax? Okay,
Yeah.
that does not feel right in my mouth.
No.
But all right.
No, it doesn't. But that, you know what? Can't say anything because we have Kansas and Arkansas. So
Yeah, I mean that's
True.
also true.
True.
it's funny because they're from 2 different native languages that have very similar,
Mhm.
like I guess a similar root, but they pronounced it differently.
But
Mhm.
listen, I also
No.
live in Iowa where everything has like a native name to it, right? So we have like Ottumwa, Oskaloosa, Des Moines,
Mm-hmm. Des Moines is,
Nebraska.
well, no, I don't know
Well,
actually.
You know what I'm saying? So like everything just looks funny here, and then people try
Right.
to say stuff, and I'm like, I know what you're trying to say, but that's not what it is. You know?
I love this mood read. May sounds like a mood.
But
Julie's got the jokes. I'm only about 3 hours from Nova Scotia. Jen, I actually knew that Jen lived in the Maritimes, Prince Edward Island. I feel like, but maybe I'm wrong. There's only 3 provinces that are the Maritimes, so it we can narrow it down. It's just Nova Scotia, New Brunswick, Prince Edward Island. That's it. That's all it is. Wonder how long it would take to get from Nova Scotia from Florida. That would be what Margaret was doing. So how long
Yep.
did you say?
From West Florida to, which I come from the Tampa area, from there to Nova Scotia, no specific city, but
Mm-hmm.
was 30 hours.
There you go. About 30, give or take. Actually, depending on what area of Nova Scotia, it would be shorter. Just Googled for fun. 11-hour drive. That's not too bad. You're one of the shorter ones, Michaela, at 11 hours.
That's not like how long it would take me to see my brother.
yeah, mine was
If I wanted to
a 30-hour drive.
Yeah.
It's like a 7.5-hour flight.
Yeah, I live far away. Coda has also been lurking. Got my bedroom put together. Not clean, but arranged and ready to clean. Built a plant stand and planted tomatillos and verbena and dianthus.
Did I inspire the verbena? I need to know, Coda.
I like that Coda's just been doing gardening for like days. I keep seeing Coda gardening in sprints, and I'm like, that makes me want to garden, but like, I can keep nothing alive. Nothing.
Same.
It would be me planting plants is just premeditated murder, is what it is. The plant. Like,
Yeah.
I should not try. A flight would also be 600 from here, but it's a 44-hour drive.
Whoa.
Well, mine is a 1 day and 1 hour flight.
Yeah. It'd take a long time for me to come to you too. It was just so far to go to Australia.
And $3,500 as of today, $3,500 round trip.
Oh my god.
Flights are so expensive.
And I'm in the air for a day and an hour.
Yeah, that's
with one little stopover for fuel, and then like touchdown, fuel up, off we go again.
Ooh.
no. I'm not-
Sedation drugs will be involved.
I love you, but I'm not worth it. Like, I know it. I'm not worth that. I'm not even going to attempt to try and pronounce this because I'm not going to say it right. Guaranteed.
Yeah.
It looks like Chillicothe.
That's what I would have said. And guaranteedly that's wrong.
What is it? We discussed how to pronounce this.
But
Yeah,
it's
on
not.
Cult Miss, and we still don't remember.
But if I can remember correctly, it's not. That's not actually how you say it. There is a place here that's spelled similarly that is Chillicothe.
According to Lexi, you said it right.
Oh, there you go. If the
Yeah.
Great Lakes, I love this. If the Great Lakes weren't in the way,
I'm saying,
last time.
Bethany, I'm not like honestly.
lakes.
We have so many dang like bodies of water here too. Like it's just unbelievable. The Great Lakes, rivers.
Yep.
Like get out, just move so I can get places faster. You know what I mean?
See, I knew Jen was in PI. I don't know how I knew this. We've obviously discussed it on sprints before, and I remembered.
Mhm.
But how long ago we discussed that, Lord knows. My friend wanted to do her bachelor party in Prince Edward Island. I had to look at her and go, "Are you going to give me $4,000 for the plane ride one way?" Or closer. It is a beautiful place. I'm not gonna lie. Prince Edward Island is gorgeous. But yeah. I mean, it's even expensive to go there if you live close because it's like it's very cut off from everything.
The world.
Yeah.
Yeah.
One of these days, I will get back into my Anne of Green Gables phase and actually read all of those books.
They're good. I love it.
I have to order Anne of Green Gables for a vlog that I'm not speaking about. because when I went to the local bookstore, I was like, "Hey, do you guys have like?" I was like, I looked like with the children's classics and the adult classics. I said I didn't see it, but that's why I am. And she was like, "Oh, we have." They had 7 different books that were inspired by Anne of Green Gables, but no actual Anne of Green Gables. And I was like, "No, it's fine. I'll just." I mean, I didn't tell her I was going to order off Barnes and Noble, but that's where I'm going to.
Mhm. Yeah. Fair. Okay, we are going to go into our last sprint. And then we'll come back for a very small chat. And then we're going to send you over to Nicole and Neva's channel. I don't know if Nicole and Neva are going to come back for the small chat because they have to go get ready for the other channel. But we'll see. We'll see what happens. But until then, we are going to jump into our last sprint. And if anyone does disappear during this sprint, everyone is linked down in the description box below. So definitely go check out their channel. Nicole's, you'll just automatically go there. So there's also that. But I will see you all in 65 minutes.
friends. I did bedtime during that sprint, and then I did 2 chapters of Blood Marked. So that was my sprint. Margaret, how'd you do?
I organized my. Well, I don't know if organized is the correct word, but I got 20 books downloaded from books that I know I already on my Kindle.
Nice.
So that part of the situation is handled.
Mm-hmm.
And then I read 14 pages of this book.
Nice. Very nice. Nell?
I finished doing the trunk stuff, so all the trunk stuff is done.
Nice.
Tomorrow, I just have to do like the front seat, like the back seat, like the trunk is done, thankfully.
Nice. Almost ready for everyone to descend upon you.
Yep.
Nicole? You're still muted.
I got up to page 58 and did a few things around the studio, and it's somewhat respectable. And then the postman came and brought me some books.
Oh, books!
Jamaica Inn by Rebecca de Maurier. So
Hmm.
I'm going to read her back catalogue because I like the
Wait.
classics and all.
Rebecca de Maurier, as in,
Yeah.
is she related to Daphne de Maurier?
Oh, sorry. I always say Rebecca for some reason. I have a friend that has the same name that is named Rebecca, and there's a book Rebecca, and it's actually Daphne. Yeah. Sorry.
Oh,
Yeah, my friend is an author that doesn't write a thing, by the way.
I saw no trouble with this. Didn't catch it at all. I'm like, it's 10
No.
minutes to midnight. You could have said it was Count Dracula and I would have believed you. Like,
That's
I was
exactly
like,
right. No, it's Daphne du Maurier. But anyway,
over
my
here,
friend
like-
Rebecca will be happy that she's got a best-selling classic book that she wrote back in the 30s, and she's only, 42. So yeah,
That's some time travel stuff there.
that's right. She's right into sci-fi.
That's so funny.
Oh, there you go.
Hello. I revamped my Kindle stickers so they could fit, and then I like posted a picture on Instagram, which cross posted to Facebook. Apparently, this happens to me way too many times. We're not going to talk about it. So my
You
grandma was
always
asking-
forget that this is going to happen.
So I'm sure my grandma's going to see like all my little smut stickers all over the back of my Kindle, but it's fine. And then I was talking to my friend because her birthday is in 2 days, and I cannot get her a Kindle in 2 days, but she really wants one. And also, like, I've known her for like years, so I was like, "Listen, dude, I need to know what kind of books you like in your favorite colors." Which she tried to argue with me. She was like, "You can't buy me a Kindle," and I was like, "I do what I want, so I need you to send me the
You are not the boss of me, so I don't know what to tell
send
you.
me the information so that I can get you a Kindle with some like stickers and stuff." Anyways, so I did that, and then I probably turned my Kindle on, and it had increased its font size to the largest it could go. So I sent a picture of it to Brittany, and I was like, "What is this? Like, I'm blind. Don't get me wrong."
The best part is that I questioned it not at all. I saw a picture with the font literally the size of like a title page. It was so large.
Huge.
And I thought you were trying to just get me to read a funny quote from a funny story. And I was like, oh, what does it say? Does not question that the font is large. And then I'm like, why does she have her font set that big?
Listen, I will say that my font sits between 6 and 10, depending on the book.
What was it
'Cause
at? Like 32?
It was 14, but like a
So large.
font 14 on Kindle is
It's big.
basically a 32.
It was so large.
You have like 10 words per page.
But
You
my
know-
brain was like, ooh, what's happening in Funny Story? That
Nothing
she's trying to
funny.
tell me. Not that the font is really large. Nope, that's not. Nope.
So that's all I did. That's it.
This is why you don't message me
Oh.
at 10 minutes to midnight. You get what you get.
Oh, I also filmed my TBR video, so that'll be up.
Nice.
Technically before Kindle Mayhem starts for me, so I call it a win.
That is a win. I agree. Hello. You came just as we are finishing on this channel, but if you want more sprints, do not worry. Nicole and Neva have got ya, and we're just gonna send you right over as soon as this ends. So
we're going to keep this chat pretty short because they have to get over there. They start in 7 minutes. So we're going to end fairly quickly. I did have a good laugh at this comment from Jess. Me an hour ago, I have nothing on my TBR. Me 1 minute ago, I have 32 books on my TBR. Relatable.
Yeah, I've got 31 on mine.
And Ro, this is a
Yes.
great use of your time. Fabulous. 30% of Brittany's memoir. I really liked this.
Yeah.
The audiobook was good too, which I normally would prefer someone like her reading it, but I think Michelle Williams, very quickly you forget it's Michelle Williams. Like you think it's Brittany reading it. You can forget.
I think knowing Brittany's voice when she's speaking, I think going with another narrator is probably. 'Cause I feel like she'd need a lot of coaching to do good with speaking roles.
I 100% agree. I think it was actually the best choice. Like Michelle Williams sounds enough like her that you can think that it's her,
Mhm.
but also like Michelle
I-
Williams is an actress, so like
Yeah,
has the inflection that you want.
I agree with Brittany because Brittany does like the foreword or something in the very beginning,
Yes.
and I was like,
Mhm.
this is not great. And then it's not her reading the whole thing, so I was like,
No.
thank God for that.
Yeah, it's the one time where I'm like, yeah, that because that was a good choice. Normally for a memoir, I want it read by the person who wrote it, but in that case, I think they picked correctly.
Yeah.
Planted 2 more green chilies, a yellow pepper, a green one, cherry peppers, and cherry bomb peppers. And now I'm pooped. Fair. I am also pooped. Right? Great job, Coda. Getting all your planting done. But that is the end of sprints for tonight. Thank you to all these lovely people for being on screen with me and having a party with me on this Tuesday night. If you are not subscribed to any of these people, you need to correct that. They're all in the description box below. You just have to click and hit subscribe. It's very, very simple. But thank you so much for hanging out with us. You are going to head off to Nicole. I'm going to head off to bed because I'm tired. But we will send you off, and I will be back here on Thursday for some more sprints at noon Eastern Standard Time. Nell has sprints tomorrow night. Yes.
Yep.
Mhm.
p.m. Eastern Standard.
6 p.m.
6 p.m. 6 p.m. Look, I know things. Margaret, do you have sprints tomorrow?
I do. They have to get scheduled, but tomorrow at 1 p.m. Eastern time.
I'm just impressed. I know all your sprinting schedules, like especially at 5 minutes to midnight. The fact that I've gotten this well.
Especially because mine just changed.
I know they did. Clearly. I'm impressed with myself. Anyway, I'm gonna go to bed. So good night, everyone, and we'll see you soon.